There we go. Are we back? I think we'd be back. Just a second. There we go. I think we're back. We're just done with Necrophosis. Overall, thank you very much to the devs for giving me the key for that. That was a whole lot of fun. But that is enough. Like my brain somehow cannot keep up with those puzzles. I'm not very good at point-and-click adventures. Usually, I tend to miss things. I'm pretty sure I have negative perception, which doesn't help. But for now, let's go straight into Satisfactory, because the factory must grow. Let's go right back to rebuilding. And yeah, sadly, I lost the YouTube stream actually cut off for the Necrophosis stream. That's unfortunate. I also just realized I needed to grab the YouTube chat for Satisfactory now. That's a thing I gotta do. I forgot to do that last time. That was a little problematic. There we go. Yep. The test. That's a conclusive test. And Satisfactory. There we go. Button. And we're gonna load right back into our main base. And we are back at the factory, because the factory must grow. Okay. Coffee mug. Very important. Alright. What was I in the process of doing? Well, that's the thing. If I look at the ceiling, you can see right there. That's what I was. I actually made a to-do list. Past me actually made a to-do list to remind today's me of what I was in the middle of building, so that I would remember. Which is very nice. Because I didn't remember, because we haven't played this in a hot minute. So, modular frames. I was looking at building modular frames. Ideally, not on this floor. This floor should be for nothing but just logistics. This floor should be pure conveyor belts. And nothing else. Like conveyor belts, tubes, transport things. Like, this is just a floor to move stuff from a place to another. It's not a floor to build things. The floor right below, though, that's a floor to build things. That's a splitter. Fortunately, you think you have some exhaustion sickness. Late night stream, yes, you did. We're having fun, wasn't feeling tired. Last night, Insomnia decided to punish you for having fun. Oh, man, yeah. That is rough. That is rough. I relate to that very much. What's that ladder there that's kind of poking out? Okay, I'll get rid of that. About 5 this morning, started feeling nauseous, ended up losing that battle. Wow, yeah, that is rough. Really hope you were able to rest. Okay, so my guess is this conveyor of iron plates was what I was sending over on the green line for the storage, for the storage array back there. But I ended up redirecting this one instead. Actually, all of these. Hold on a minute. So that one. No, it's the output. So, what am I making here? Actually. Frames. Those are modular frames. Hold on. So, input there, output there. So that goes up. Okay, I got 3 sets of modular frames. Four, and 4. 12. So I said 10 plus modular frames in the notes right above my head. Which means I'm already making that. But I'm sending it all into storage right now. I'm not using it for anything. Which tells me that this setup is not ideal. Let's go have a quick look down here. Where is my storage for modular frames? I feel like it's somewhere around here. There it is. I mean, it's filling up. That's a start, but what I was seeing, it doesn't seem to be producing a whole lot, this setup. I need to find a way to boost up my output a bit. It's not getting enough iron rods. Ah! So I'm not done connecting this thing. It needs iron rods. And even... is that an input belt or an output? Might be an input belt. It seems to be... that seems to be an input belt. Okay, so I need to plug in the inputs for this before it starts producing. Alright. What is this thing making here? That's making reinforced plates. No, the iron rods, that's screws. Where am I making rods again? The plates are down there, the rods are below me, I think. Yeah, this, no, this, I think this is screws. No, this is rods. 30, 30, 30. I'm sending basically all of it. No, that's all screws. That's not rods. Okay. How much am I using for those screws right now? 30, 30, that's 60. That's another 60. That's 120. And I've got another 120 here that I can use, that I'm just not using yet. Okay. So that's the next step, is get that. How much do I need? I don't think I need 120. Luckily, I've got everything labeled on these. 24 per. So I need 24 and then another 24. So I need 60. 72. How the hell am I going to balance that? So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 90 out of the 120 I have, but I'm also going to keep an overflow splitter so that the other 18 plus 30 so that the other 48 rods that I'm not using yet I can either throw into storage. Well, some of it is going to storage already. Yeah, that 60 is going to storage. Okay, so I'm not running that short. That 120 is going to storage. Okay, well that tells me what I need to know. So that belt here, I'll leave that one on. Is that... Yeah, okay. That one is getting split to make... Yeah, that one is getting split to make ammunition. Which is good. It's making rebar ammo. So I've got 60 attached here. That 60 is going there to make ammo and storage. That should be plenty. So... the next step... That's a merger right there. Starting to wonder if I couldn't just... it's gonna collide with this belt here. But what I could do is have like another one of those mergers kind of facing this way. Just kind of... That's too close. I can't connect it like that. That's unfortunate. I was hoping I'd be able to finagle that. Maybe if I do it like this. Like kind of loop it around itself. So I might not be able to do this. Okay. So let's get rid of that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the exact same setup, which will give me 120 that I can merge like here-ish. And then... Okay, so that means that split and that thing has to go away. Get it to about yay high. Get this thing at the same height. Actually, no. I'm going to want to run those all the way to the logistics floor that's here. So, just going to zoop myself a floor right there. And what I'm actually going to want to do is run those all the way up to there. Into some floor holes. So I'll have one here and one here. That plugs onto that. That plugs onto that. Hell yeah, I'm getting better at lining these things up. Merger here. Merger here. Wait, hold on. That's not properly aligned. There. That's proper merger height. And connect that in there. There you go. Okay, and now this to there. That connects to here. Fantastic. So now I have this here. And now I can just run this conveyor to where I want it to go. I'm also going to want some plates, which are getting made down there. Yeah, that's the smelters over here, and the plates are getting made on the other side. That's plates. And basically all of it is getting sent into storage right now. What do I have? Smart splitter. Left output, full. Center output, overflow. None of it should be going into storage right now. Ah, except if it's jammed. Okay, it is jammed. So where is that coming up? It's right here. It's that one right here. Morning, JD. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate that, as always. So I could just kind of... line up a splitter kind of there. I am doing all right. Finally did the necrophosis stream that I wanted to do. It wrecked my brain. Love the game. Love the game. It looked great for a little indie game. But it was like some of the text and the dialogue, well, not dialogue per se, but a lot of the stuff that I had to read and the clues and things were really pushing my English vocabulary to the point that I had some trouble understanding. But the atmosphere, the looks of it, the absolute creepiness of it was fantastic. So I'll probably finish it by myself off stream, but feels like it's not a good on-stream game for me because it's pushing my limits a little bit in terms of like language capacity. So the other thing I think I'm going to be doing is I'm going to want the iron rods to be coming in through here. So let's line that up already. So if I throw like a floor hole right there, lift is probably going to point that way. Why am I getting bonked? Iron rods in a hole. Fair enough. I mean, I didn't give it any blue pills at least. I've worked on that movie, JD. So obviously you've seen it. And so, yeah, right here is going to be conveyor merger going that way. Wait, no. Because what I'm sending over here is too much. In terms of my capacity. But, okay, no, I'll merge it first, and then I'll resplit it to fit my needs. So, if I do, yeah, merger going that way, as was the first plan. Then I'm going to have a smart splitter that I'm going to line up with that merger here. So it's going to be right there. Like so. And now that smart splitter center output goes full on, but the overflow goes to the left. Which then is going to get thrown into this merger here for storage purposes. So that means I need to get back through the floor here. Like so. Hold on. Nope. Wrong way. There we go. And that goes down to there. Connects right on. Frickin' beautiful. And then I could just... That conveyor is the wrong way. That conveyor is the wrong way. Why is it doing that? Is this 1.1 glitching out, or... I'm getting resources, so... Seems like it's working. Okay, so we got a little bit of a display glitching here, but... Overall, it's working, so... I'm fine with that. So that's the main belt. Overflow goes there. That should be green belt. Because that's going straight to storage. That's going to my big storage area. And then the main belt now goes this way. All the way over there to where I needed to get down to that other building. So just gonna run it kind of here. There we go. That looks about right. So that should be the first item of the checklist. Done. These machines should start producing sooner than later. I've done this wrong. This is what I remember now. This is what I fucked up last time too, and I was like, oh, I'll fix that next stream. So, past me actually left today's me a bit of a landmine to deal with here. Because it's not regular iron plates that I'm supposed to throw in there, it's reinforced. This is reinforced production, isn't it? Yes, that's reinforced. So, right now, all of the reinforced are getting thrown into storage. But I already have the smart splitter set up. Right output any. So, what I could do is just kind of punch it through the ceiling over here. Over to the logistics floor. Then, hold on. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to merge both. No, I should not merge. I should not merge. It's a terrible idea. So, what I'm going to do instead is this guy here. I'm going to go up to the logistics floor above. There we go. So if I do it like that, then now I know my reinforced plates have to go this way. Might have to run this one a little bit elevated. Try to keep that as compact as I can make it. That, so if I could throw this into there, this onto that, this onto there. That's the reinforced plates I was looking for. Now the only other thing I gotta do is get in here and clean out the machines. Because those guys are supposed to be getting reinforced plates and not normal iron plates. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to dismantle all of it. You get to see the inner workings of my little blueprint buildings now. Oh, there we go. That's some reinforced here. Okay. There we go. I'm up to reinforced now. So just turn that around, feed that in. There we go. Now that's working. Good. Don't feel like I'm producing a particularly high amount of reinforced plates right now. I might need to boost that production up. Take the iron plates. I'll take all of the iron plates until I get to reinforced. Just get them off the... Get them off the conveyor. That should do the trick. So by my calculations, this thing should be making 30 reinforced plates. Yeah, 15 per minute. As long as I keep it fed with proper materials, which I have plenty of. It shouldn't have any overflow for a while, but... Now I'm actually making those modular frames, which I wasn't before. And that means now this should get another smart splitter. Ah, I mean, I do have a smart splitter right there. That should be in red. That should not be... That smart splitter in particular should not be in green. Okay. And did Pass Me set this up properly? Left and right output, main, and overflow straight up. Okay, so if I need to reuse those... Not reuse. If I need to use straight up those modular frames for something, then I should be fine. I just need to get the normal iron plates off of this conveyor as well. Because I'll need the actual modular frames for the heavy modular frames, which is the second item on the checklist. I'm so happy I made that checklist now. So I'm just gonna go right here, and I'll just replace that with, let's say, a slash instead of a hyphen, just to mark it as done. Okay, so these should start working halfway decently. Yeah, all of the machines are now operating. Is exactly what I want. Now, heavy modular frames are going to be another business altogether. Heavy modular frames. Okay. So this is where I'm really going to start to need quite a lot of this stuff that is on the logistics floor. And I can make 2 per minute with a single machine on this heavy modular frame recipe. Or if I go for rubber instead of the steel pipes, I can make 3.75 per minute. I'm probably going to go for the alternate recipe here because it's probably better to overproduce. But I don't think my blueprint is set up for that, so I might have to modify it a bit. I don't have a heavy modular frame. I don't have a manufacturer blueprint. Oh. Well, that... Okay, we've got a little bit of work cut out for us. What could we make right away without doing any blueprint work? Stators, potentially? And I've got a blueprint for stators already. Yeah, those are assembler machines, so I could get going on stators. Okay. Let's figure this one out. So for stators, I need wire, which I'm making right here. And then I still have, like, a pretty solid amount. Because that's what, 60, 60. So 120, 120, so that's 240. Plus another 120. I got 360 that I'm not using yet. and another 360 that I'm throwing in here for cables and sheets, I'm guessing. Oh, it's got to be cables. Yeah. Did I actually need 360 for that? I need 240 there. And another 240 there. Hold on a minute. I might not have enough wires. Because that is 60. Plus 120. So just that here. So those two machines only feed one machine on the other side. So I don't have enough wires. Because what I'm seeing here, yeah, input 240. Once we run this thing at max capacity, I need more than that. That's 240 times 3. So 720. I need 720. Which means I need 12 of these outputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 12 outputs. Literally there. So all of this is meant to run just cables? I feel like that's a lot. I don't remember how much cable I need is the big issue that I have right now. So I'm not gonna I'm pretty sure I'm maxed out on copper ingots. I might not be, because I'm importing some. I think we're gonna get priority mergers, aren't I? No, I need a memory search for priority mergers, because I kind of need that now. Because I should probably max out what's coming from the train, or the other way around. Oh, man. I hate when Past Me does this. And gets something wrong, because now it forces me to recalculate absolutely everything. That input is not even maxed out. So I might have more ingots available for... So all of these ingots are now going up. And how many do I have? 120, 240, 360, 480. That's 480 ingots here, plus what I'm importing. Question is, am I maxing out on... So that's 80. 80, that's 240. So that's half of my ingots right there, just for copper sheet. And then I've got another 240 for cables here. 1, 2, 3, 4, which would be the 240. 5, 6. I'm gonna need more. So I think what's gonna have to happen is I'm gonna have to split that off, and I'm gonna have to build even more wires either on this side or there. Or even here. And have that being fed solely from this. Because that's what? That's 100 and, yeah, 120? That needs 240 for a full building, though. No. Wait, hold on. 60. Yeah, no, it's just I need more output. So I could have 2 more of these buildings on the other side getting fed by this belt only. And that would work. So that's what I'm going to do right now. That's a 2-tile deep building, so I'll just need a third for the conveyor work in front. There we go. Copper wire mark 5. I don't remember how past me did the math for all this, but that line goes down to iron stuff. Okay. The line that I need to take for this would be this one. Okay, that power switch can go away. So can that one. That plugs into here, which in turns going to just go There-ish. Plug into there. Beautiful. I know it's the same line. So that should work quite nicely. Next. Splitter. Going this way. So that line altogether should be exactly 160. 120, I should say, which is the exact input I need for this. So that means that this conveyor here, instead of going all the way there, just going to turn the lift. To go that way. Plug that right in there. Gotta be kidding me. I'm getting the little visual glitch again, but that should do the work. There we go. So there's my 120 ingots going in there. And for the demand for everything else, the train imports are going to take care of it. So now that means that I have another extra 240 wire going here. And I can use that wire to make stuff. Which is going to be needed. Okay. So if we go for stators, which I think is the next step. So let's go have a look at our stators Mark V building. Well, that's a big boy blueprint too. This thing is quite hefty. Output of 10. Input of 80. But that's the thing. If I'm using the alternate recipe, then this blueprint is wrong. If I go here and go for... Wait, didn't I have the alternate stator? No, not that. That one. No, I don't. Okay, so I need friggin' steel pipes. Okay, well, I mean that should be easy enough. There we go. And same thing here. Put that in. Put that in. Put that in. I need 80. And in this case, I've got 240. So I don't need that much. So what I could do is feed the overflow of that onto the green line and stop using these. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. So I'm going to have a smart splitter going here with a lift going here. A conveyor merger kind of lining up with it. I don't know what I just painted green upstairs, but it was not voluntary. Right output should be overflow. There you go. Plonk that in there. I painted something green that I should not have painted green. I misclicked, and I don't know what it is. And it's because I'm color coding stuff, it's going to confuse the hell out of me too. What is this? What is this line? A merger. Oh, that's the merger line from there. But I've got another one here. Okay, so that here is completely useless now. There you go. I'll just get rid of that. Take that out of the way. I am also going to need some steel pipes. And I would like those steel pipes to be put in right there. Just like so. So I need steel pipes on that line over there. And then for this one, going a bit close here. I do that though. There we go, that'll do. Plug that onto there. So all of it goes into this machine here until further notice, and then all of the overflow goes into storage, as it should. I'm also going to need to sort out power for this thing. And I'm not sure which line, if I'm gonna draw a new line for this. Kanapeshka. Good morning. Hello. See you over there on the YouTube chat. I hope you're having a good day. I've got a power line trap right here. I've got a power line hole that I could use. I would have to punch through this hex frame window here. Kind of run it above these conveyors. That puts me right in the proper spot for it though. So I think that's the way. Welcome to me enabling my OCD while building this place. That's very much what's going on here. Okay, I need steel pipes. Steel pipes seem to be, I can see them over there in the middle conveyor. Right here. I'm gonna have to draw out the steel pipes. Right here. And then I'm gonna have to bring that all the way here. Plug that straight in there. That would be a good enough thing. All right, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off one of these lines. Let's make sure to go back to the beginning and make sure I'm not using a line that is currently used for something else. I think the second one here from the bottom could be good. I might go for the inner one here. Yeah. Okay, so that line isn't drawn for anything at all. We're gonna go for the inner line. The inner lower line, which means it's that one. Which goes to this switch here. Clonk that right open. We'll go to here, connect that. There we go. Copy that. Paste it there. And then we keep connecting. So on and so forth until I get to the exact spot that I want. Sorry about that. Seasonal allergies starting to show up, sadly. Whoa, don't eat yourself down. Next one. Go. There's a power switch. It's there. So now all I got to do is take that, plug that in there, step down, lock that switch open. Yep, I got full access to the power grid. Blam. And now we now have stators. 10 per minute. So that's another item that we can mark off the list. Fantastic. Next up, circuit boards, which I seem to have a blueprint for. 7.5 per minute for circuit boards, which means I need 5 blocks. I need 5 blueprints worth of circuit boards here. Right. I need plastic and copper sheet. The copper sheet's getting made right here. So building on this side makes a lot of sense. Because that's a copper sheet line right there. And the overflow of it's already getting sent to storage. So I could just draw straight from here. So now that means I need 5 big blueprints, 5 assembler blueprints set up around here to feed up on those copper sheets and plastic, I believe. And the plastic I could grab from the logistics floor above, because I know I have plastic on one of these lines. It's up here. All the way up here. Okay. That works. It's gotta line that up, really. So it would have to be kind of here-ish, where I'm already drawing the lines from other stuff. I think here. Right here looks pretty good to me. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do splitter. Right there. Run a conveyor elevator through the floor. Right here. It's not perfectly aligned, but it's close enough that it'll do. So now I've got a conveyor elevator set up. The plastic line, yep, that's about as good as I'm gonna get, really. And this guy is already running on an elevated pole, so I think I'm gonna keep that. So if I go circuit board Mark 5. had to just slightly misalign it, as I always do. And it infuriates me. There it is. Well, that's one. That is one of these blocks. 60 plastic, 30 copper sheet, for 15 of those. I need 35. So that's 3. That's 3 machines, not 5. Why was I thinking 5? Yeah, it's 7.5 for one assembler. But I have 2 assemblers per machine here. That's why. So that's 15 per block. So I need 5 assemblers. There's going to be 3 of these blocks, basically. In that case... Yeah, no, that's... I think that side is the way to go here. Let's just... clonk down 2 more of these. That's 2. Oh, I'll need a bit more floor before I can get the 3rd one down. That'll do. Did I not? I never freaking deconstructed this. That crash debris? I mean... might as well get rid of that. There you go. And I think the other thing I'm going to do... yeah, this is the power line running... through for the stators. I think I'm going to keep the stators and the circuits on the same circuit board, on the same power switch. Which means I'm going to have that line also run on this side. Which in turn, I'm just going to be able to plug all of that in, but I need a 3rd one of you. There we go, and then we just bit of extra floor for the conveyor work here. Alright, let's figure out our power lines. I think what's going to happen is I'm going to have that power switch disappear and that power switch disappear. I'm going to keep everything on a single switch for the stators. Not the stators, the circuit boards. Like that, which means that power switch here connects straight to that line. Circuit board. Clonk that right on. I think I'm just gonna straight up run a... yeah, just a straight up stackable conveyor pole directly aligned with... yeah, I'll run it directly aligned like that. Which means I could do... Come on, there. Then splits into here. And splits into here. That little bit can go away. There you go. God damn it. No, not in there. That's the wrong... There. Wrong hole, wrong hole. Yep, exactly. And this time it was not a wrong hold on a second. Thank you, JD. Didn't have to do the bonking myself. Appreciate when I can. I appreciate when I can delegate the bonking. That's a merger, though. What I need is a splitter there. There we go. This is where all of the resources that we've been hoarding and shipping over by train are really starting to come together. There, and then the plastic we needed is right here. Plug that right in. These machines should get going. And they are. I'm seeing green in there. I'm seeing green. So these are working about as well as I could have hoped. We go back into here. I'm gonna want to relabel the power line this is on, though, because I got stators on that, but I'm actually making a lot more circuit boards than I am making stators on this grid now. So I'm gonna have the circuit board icon on this. I'm just gonna very quickly relabel this power line all the way back to the switchboard. And even the switch itself, I'll mark as the that one. It's circuits and stators on this one. There you go. And I'll actually paint that one. I'll make it bright green to fit with the circuit board aesthetic. Nice. Okay. So stators sorted. Circuit boards also sorted now. So that can be marked as done. Hey, we've checked off 3 items off the list already. In, what, an hour? Because, like, once I start building something, the only thing I have to figure out are the conveyors and the... Well, the conveyor floor, this floor, and the power lines. That's it. I've got everything else. So, it goes quite quickly. Only other thing I've got to do now is sort out the outputs. So that's a merger, isn't it? Yes, it is. So what I could do is run a green line. So I'll run a green line. Something weird with this one. No, not the ceiling lights. Conveyor. There we go. So there we go. And now I could probably just grab the outputs from here. Let's say run them that way-ish. At that height-ish. There we go. Right to the edge of that building, and then I just kind of draw a conveyor here. Should connect it from here. Be more, gonna be more reliable that way. So this works, and then I can have another one of these right here-ish. Just about like that. Ah, I can't have the splitter directly on the, I mean, can I? I can't nudge it. So, no, running that into... Running it through the ceiling is kind of a bad idea right now. I'm just gonna have one of these. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. Where's the conveyor highway ending here? Somewhere around here-ish. So I could do it from this style. This tile here. So I'll do it kind of there-ish. Like that. Which will allow me in turn to throw a smart splitter on this thing. Like so. Now that smart splitter, yeah, any at the front, left output, overflow, that gets connected right to there. To go feed our storage area. Fan-friggin-tastic. So that means now I know I've got empty conveyors here. I could use that. But I know that all of these conveyors are plugged into like a train station. So I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't have like an extra set of conveyors going somewhere around here-ish. Maybe running on this side of the... Maybe running on this side of the hypertube, or even have a stack of pylons with a hypertube support in there to support this current. Not entirely sure what I'm going to do with this yet, so I'm just going to put it there and draw out the line just a little bit so that I can see easily that it's circuit boards. And I'll figure it out from there depending on what I need to do with said circuit board. Okay. Next up, what do I have that can be made with assemblers? High-speed connectors. Those are in manufacturers, so let's not do that yet. AI limiters. I think those can be... Yeah, those could be assembled. Those could be thrown in assemblers. Quick wire and plastic. I've already got plastic going down here. How much plastic am I importing exactly? Because I feel like I've just emptied out this conveyor awfully quick. Ah, there's more. Okay, there's the train. Shipping plastic in. Like, I know I'm making a decent amount back at the refinery. And if I absolutely have to, I could ship more in from the aluminum base. I might need to ship more in. This is not a lot. This is really not a lot of plastic. Okay. I need to be provisioning a lot more plastic than I'm currently producing. So, we're gonna go fix that issue. So right now, I'm gonna mark that here as needs more plastic. Okay. As the beautiful northern lights are shown up here. So let's go to the refinery. Because I'm wondering if I'm making as much plastic as I can back there. And how much of it am I making exactly? And the other thing I'm going to be looking at is going to be basically, I'm probably going to be shipping plastic from another train, which is above us. So the particular wagon I'm going to be using to ship plastic back here, I got to make sure to align it, and I got to make sure to throw that plastic in exactly the same line for the conveyor highway. This is gorgeous. Look at that. What a freaking beauty. And make no mistake, this base here is a mess. Okay, so it's that one here. Coming from that line. It's really not a lot of plastic. I need a lot more plastic than that. So it's shipping into here, into this container here. Coming from up here. That plastic is getting used for empty containers, but right now that's fully loaded. So that's negligible at this point. How much plastic am I actually making? So it's these 4 refineries here. Ciao, good morning. Good morning. And it's Necrophosis, not Necropolis. Okay, that one is no. That one. Crude oil, plastic, heavy oil. Okay. Am I using... What am I using my resin here? Am I making residual plastic with it? I am. But the residual plastic right now is... Well, it is getting shipped there. And then merging into here. Okay, so it is... Well, that's too damn bad. So, and yeah, Necrophosis was kind of fun, but it destroyed my brain. It really destroyed my brain. It's not made. It's clearly not made for somebody who doesn't speak English natively. It was really pushing my vocabulary to its very limit. There was a lot of words that I had trouble understanding. But the atmosphere, the looks, the creepiness were top tier. It was proper creepy. It had some of the best squelching sounds I've ever heard in a game. So just for that reason, you know, I'm all up for that. Okay. Have I maxed out the amount of plastic I can make? Am I using all of my crude oil here? Yes, I'm using all of it just to make friggin' fuel for electricity purposes. Hit Act 3 and 33. I've never been so confused in your life. Yes. I have a feeling I will also be very confused. I am going to be playing Clair Obscur tomorrow. And I'm expecting that I'm like minutes away from finishing Act 1 from everything you guys have been telling me. So that should happen fairly early on in the stream. I'm expecting to start around 8 a.m.-ish Eastern. I got a couple stacks of plastic. Yeah, okay. I really need to ship more plastic. I have an idea on how I'm going to do that. Because we go back to the main base. I'm gonna ride the tube for that one. So back at on the other side of the map completely, at the aluminum base, I have that factory making plastic to make water containers, like those office water jugs that I'm shipping up a freaking building. And I know that I have a lot of overflow plastic from there. I'm definitely not using all of it anymore, and I'm not even using much of it anymore. I'm trying to contact your godmother and tell her about your mom. Had to visit her daughter's pierogi place. Oh, so you just ended up. They're very Polish. Was very crowded and scary. Your bestie came with you. Well, it's very nice that your bestie came with you for that. And it turns out she's in Pittsburgh for a pierogi festival. Oh, so you just ended up stuffing your face, didn't you? Okay, I have to. Okay. So on this upper train here, I know I have some wagons that are not used. I could use one of those to ship plastic back here from the very far away base back there. 80 USD in pierogies and you got tacos. Yeah, that sounds about right. Seems legit. Okay. Now I have to just figure out exactly which one of these has plastic in it. I think it's the first one. No, the first one has reanimated Sam. So I'm guessing this guy here? Could be this guy here. One of those is going to have some blue stuff coming out of it, and that's the one I'm looking for. If you number with the lady, she promised to give it to her when she gets back today. Very nice. Okay, that one is rubber. That one is plastic. Got it. Yes. So it's going to be this one. This line. All that to say, I'm sorry I missed your stream. You're sorry for yourself that you missed it. I see that. I could see that. Telling Matt you're... Yes. There's also French Easter eggs in the soundtrack. Because I was listening to the soundtrack on Spotify yesterday. And all of the lyrics are French. And I think I might have spoiled myself with Lun's theme. The lyrics in that seemed to suggest something that I was not ready for. And I'm not sure if it's a spoiler or not. So right now, if I'm listening to the soundtrack, I'm sticking with the Lumiere themes, and that's it. Because I don't want to spoil myself. Okay, so this here, I believe that this car here is not used for anything yet. That one clearly is shipping out Alclad, so... And that, okay, those dimensional depot uploaders I should keep to the main storage area and not the... That's more aluminum stuff. That one here could be used for plastic as well. Or even back here. Can't find a translation. I mean... Then again, like, I wasn't fully paying attention, but there are some phrases that I caught that felt a little spoilery. So, I didn't want to... Huge spoilers in the soundtrack. Okay, yep. So, I'm just basically just, going to refrain listening to the soundtrack for any song that has lyrics at the very least. Just from the names alone, yes, that part I figured might be a thing. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here... So that is going to ship all the way in there. So now I'm going to have 2 full lines of plastic. Which means this line here could be used for something else. That one here, first one there, down to here, up, down to here. First one middle. So it's the top middle conveyor here. Middle third. So that one is currently free. Because I'm merging both of the plastic lines. I'm going to be merging both of the plastic lines. So I should... I'm just going to put a marker on this section of it. I'm going to recolor this section of it just so I have... Like, I'll make it bright pink. Right here. I'll put that as a marker that the conveyor is currently not plugged into a train station. No, not... Crap. I painted the wrong one. Actually just got to Lun's theme in Act 3. So, okay, very, very spoilery. Got it. I listened to it once and heard some of the lyrics. And as soon as I realized that it might be spoilery, I stopped right away. And started complaining in Triple's chat. I was like, well, fuck, I can't even listen to the soundtrack anymore because I'm getting spoilered. Okay. So now we have the hot pink conveyor line that I know I could use to something. Did I get to Francois? I've heard the name Francois, but I haven't met him yet. I got out of the house with the curator. Found my L, got out of the house with the curator, and then fought... I fought the second optional boss as well. The évêque. Which coincidentally means bishop in French, and he kind of looked like a very religious figure, so that makes sense. No, the second optional boss was not the évêque. It was the plant bourgeon looking thing. So I killed that as the last thing I did last stream. Yeah, the one that eats me. Fucker ate Gustave on turn 1. And then I figured out that if you could break him, he actually spits you out. Okay, so that's gonna be second to last car here. Second to last car is gonna be what I need to ship the plastic in. But we're just gonna ride the tube here. I'm gonna go and get that extra plastic from the base back there. Get that on the train, ship that back here. Let's wait until you get to the fucking chromatic glissando. I have no idea what that is, but I guess I'll figure it out soonish. That little intersection thingy is a bit annoying. I'm gonna have to redesign that. Then again, I'm probably gonna have to redesign this whole base. Because as soon as I start pumping nitrogen gas, it's probably gonna get shipped to here. So this base is also gonna be due for a rebuild at one point or another. Man, I forgot how slow it is to transit via hypertubes in this sector just because you climb so goddamn much just to get there. Boss you have to beat to get Lund's theme. Fair enough. Hypertubes are not hypering very much. Because I'm climbing too much. I should... Let's be very honest, for this portion of the Hypertube network, I should probably just make myself a giant yeet cannon instead of trying to climb that much. And just yeet myself all the way to here. And then the train goes by. God damn it. Okay. That's the train I was looking for. I've never built a cannon accelerator though, so I'm gonna have to figure that one out. Okay. So we said second to last. Back there. Meaning... Well, it's going to be second to last going in that direction, so it's gotta have to be this one. Oh, have I made a mistake? Have I made a mistake? Am I already shipping stuff in that one? Oh, fuck. If I'm already shipping stuff in that one, I'm in trouble, because everything is gonna get messed up. That one there. So it's the first set of conveyor elevators. Shite! Already shipping stuff. It's Alclad ship. Wait, Alclad? Hold on a minute. Now I'm confused. How? Huh? Alclad isn't second. Wait. Is it that one then? I'm gonna have to actually ride the train to remember and figure it out now. Which is a bit of a problem because this train takes fucking forever. There's a long friggin' train line. Come on, get back here. I'm just hoping I haven't shipped a whole bunch of my shit onto the wrong conveyor line. I'm gonna be so pissed at myself if there's stuff on the hot pink line. No, there's not gonna be stuff in the hot pink line. But there's gonna be stuff mixed into the plastic line. Shite, I should not have ridden the Hypertube. I should have waited for the friggin' train. Because now I've made a mistake. Okay, I might as well... Let's ride the tube home right away, because I don't want to wait to see if I fucked it up. I have a sneaky suspicion that I have. And the Hypertube trip is a lot faster the other way, because we're going downhill. So, it's not as bad. Also, to shout, I don't know if you've noticed, I had to redo my lighting setup, so my face is a lot more brightly lit, which I am quite self-conscious about. Not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of my own face to begin with, so that doesn't help. There's the fucking train I was waiting for. Alright. I'm gonna take a stop here. I'm gonna wait for that goddamn train to go back past here. Oh man, I should not have made that connection right away. I should not have pre-built that connection, because if I fucked it up, I'm gonna be so pissed at myself. Yeah, I mean, except narcissists, indeed. That's true. It's just, I don't know. I don't like it. I could hide a lot more imperfections in the shadows. But now those shadows are far gone. Mostly because the software I was using to remove the background before decided that in the last update, because I didn't have the premium version, they decided to put a giant freaking watermark across my face. And they're like, we're holding your face hostage, give us money. And I went, nah, fuck you, I'm gonna jerry-rig something else. That's basically what happened. I'm also running out of coffee. Sounds like you don't have to look at your face then. I mean, yeah, if I hadn't stolen my face back from them, then yes. God damn, that train takes forever. Hiding all the imperfections through watermark. Yeah, but I'm also hiding all of the stuff you're supposed to see, which is not helping. There we go. There's my ride. See it? I see it on its way down the hill. Yeah, no, the second to last one isn't... The second to last one isn't the... You know, I wanted to ride on that back locomotive. There we go. Yeah, that's empty. So, I should be able to ship plastic through that. If I've counted it right, it should be that one. So why was it connected to something? Starting to think that the station length, because I'm guessing the Alclad is okay. Hold on, quickly. What's the one I redirected? It's that one here. Yeah, that's the empty one. The Alclad one I was seeing is this one. So, oh, I must have added like an extra empty platform at the end of that other station at the other end of the base. So it's not the second one at the other base. It would be the first one. If I've done this, if I'm understanding my own shit, once we're back at the other base, it should be the first station that I can actually throw something in. Yeah, choo-choo. I love trains. I like trains. And you know what? I'm gonna let you ride the train for a bit, and I'm gonna go refill my coffee. Be right back. The train stopped, but you're going again? It's fine. We're going to that other base. My destination is that base over there, so we're fine. But, okay, so the first one at the station we just stopped, we filled up with coal. That's the red car right behind me. And the one right behind that is the one I want to ship plastic into if I've done this right. If my math is mathing, that should be the one. But yeah, train chill is very fun. Okay, yeah, I've got an empty platform there. So, that's why. Okay, so that red shipping container, I'm actually going to paint that to reflect. That one. There you go. That'll do. Yeah, that's a good enough color for plastic. Also going to color the train car. So it's this one here that I have to ship plastic to. Gotcha. All right. Bore hole. No. There, because we're shipping out. Like so. Like so. There you go. Now, let's figure out how we're gonna get the plastic to there. My plastic line is going to be coming up. Well, it's right there, actually. It's going to be right here, because that's where the water's coming up from. Like, it goes all the way up the side of the building, all the way to here. So my plastic line could easily be one of those, too. Alright, I mean, we're doing this. So, I'll take that one here. I'm just gonna stretch that right up to about here. Conveyor lift right there. Poof. Plug that in. That should do it. Now the only thing I gotta do is drop all the way down here. And get the plastic onto that conveyor. Well, there's my plastic. It's right here. That dimensional depot is gonna go away. Yeah, I am not throwing. Okay, so center output is currently overflow. No, I'm going to do center output any as well, and right output overflow. So it'll prioritize the other two lines, but the overflow is going to go straight into the sink. Now, that's going to go this way. That has to go to here. That looks about right. That is very much going to get in the way of my yeet cannon, but that yeet cannon is pretty disused nowadays, so...
I believe in speed. Power.
You try and see.
Power and speed solves many things.
Power and speed solves everything, JD. You're absolutely right on that one. There we go. So that should ship a whole bunch of plastic over there. To then go on this side of the building. All the way up. And then into the train. Okay. I really need to build myself a cannon accelerator back at the main base to yeet myself over here, because the tube time to get over here, and even the train ride, is pretty damn slow. I know full well I am going to kill myself in the process of calibrating that cannon, but it's probably going to be fairly entertaining. Okay, well, look at that. Speak of the friggin' devil. This is the train I am looking for. So it should be this one here. Shipping plastic in this. Now, why am I... Okay, there you go. Come on, load up. How you doing, JD? Thanks for the lurk earlier. I'm glad you're back. There's a bit of plastic in there. Not a whole lot, but some. And now, yeah, the train is waiting for the other train to go through. Now that blue freight car we see right there, that's gonna have some plastic on it. It's not a lot, but it's gonna be a whole lot more soon, because like we just plugged in the line. We just plugged in the line as soon as the train arrived, so I didn't have time to throw a whole lot of it in. Yeah. Over here feels like a place I should probably set up like a couple cannons just to move around faster. Because just straight up hypertube lines are... They are not doing the kind of speed I'm hoping for anymore, and as JD mentioned, well, as Jeremy Clarkson mentioned, speed and power solves many things. It's not going to solve me having brain farts if I've plugged this thing into the wrong place, but this is why I took the time to ride the train this time, so I can actually check it. Okay, so that now getting redirected into here. That should be plastic going down to there onto this line. There we go. And then that should go down to here. And if I've got this right, quickly run this way. Plastic should get loaded onto here. Okay, that's the right line. It's doing exactly what I was hoping it would do. And that's a lot more plastic coming in now. I don't think it solved all of my supply issues with it. But it probably solved a decent amount. In City Skyline, you have things to do, so you can't start Clair Obscur. You need to wait to do the things you need to do. So City Skyline it is. Brain is like, managing train. Yeah, train traffic is, that's a can of worms in most city builders. I do need a dimensional depot uploader right here. Because the Alclad sheets are exactly what I'm using to build conveyor belts, and I'm building a lot of those. Okay, all of that stuff here can all go to storage. All of that. Yep, this. There we go. That'll do. Do not want to be at work today. You want to be doing something. I mean, I get it. Okay, the other thing I wanted to do here is... Yes. The other thing I wanted to do was to reset a little... I wanted to set back a little factory here for biofuel maker. And by little, I mean not very little. It's actually the biggest blueprint I can make. But I do not have a reliable source of biofuel right now. Well, at least not a fast way to make biofuel right now. Just have to remember exactly. You know, I think that works. Just gonna plonk that down here. That power line is part of the utilities network, which is exactly what I want to use for this. Actually, I don't even need to just plug that straight onto there. There we go. Now the only thing I have to do is connect that to there. There we go. That's about as good as I'm going to get. That should be green line, green line. Because that's all storage stuff, so green. Beautiful. And so now that means if I go to... Yeah, that's for wood and... It's for wood and leaves. I got 69 leaves. Nice. There you go. That's gonna get turned into some biofuel. Oh, something's getting... One of my wagons is getting highlighted over there in the train. That seems to be a glitch whenever you repaint a freight car. Sometimes it stays highlighted like that for a while. Okay, so now if I decide that I need a whole bunch of solid fuel, I can make some pretty easily. And that's going to get shipped all the way to here. Right now that's full, so we're fine on that side of things. One thing I am going to do though is just connect an uploader to that. Make sure I never run out. There we go. So, okay, I think, yeah, I'm starting to see some plastic on the overflow line here, which means now that I'm shipping in more plastic than I'm using, which is exactly what I want. That is perfect. Where am I stocking my solid fuel? I don't even know if I have a box for not solid, for liquid fuel. Yeah, it's right here. It's full, but that's definitely another one of those I should have an uploader on. There we go. Wonderful. But now, that's the thing I was thinking of. When I was looking at my, at the refinery base, I don't think I'm shipping any of that fuel back here. And I'm not sure how much I want to. Because that liquid fuel, I'm only really using for my personal use. I'm not making anything with it. So I'll keep that connected for now. I was thinking of maybe shipping the fuel back to here. But I think I've also got an uploader back at the refinery just to keep myself stocked. That's the longest elevator ride in the world right now. I've actually... Did I tell you I've actually tested how high I could build these things? A single elevator shaft.
Here to lift you up and to let you down.
Wow. Plus they named it Elevator. What a name. I've tested how high I could build it, and it's 196 meters. The maximum height I could build... Okay. I might have to reload this save just to not have this glitch anymore, but... But yeah, it's 196 meters. And the reason why I know... Well, hello there. Hey, Zachme 0077, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, good morning to you, or happy time zones, depending on where you are. That... Okay, I was about to say that should not happen, but that's the overflow line. I'm good. Yeah, good morning. Can you help me as I see you use trains? Sure, I'll help you as best I can. I am using trains quite extensively, so I think I have a decent grasp of what to do with trains. Trying to transport 480 node. Node? I'm not sure what you mean by node, but okay, sure. You're trying to transport 480 by train. You mean 480 per minute, I'm guessing? Of iron ore. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter what you're trying to ship. But sure, I'll humor you here. So, you're going to want to set up... Usually, I prefer to set up trains in like train lines in a linear. What is the timing and all? Okay, so you are gonna get some feast or famine kind of setup going on here because, like, the timing depends on how long the train takes to get from one station to another. So it depends on the distance the train has to go through. So you can't exactly run the timing you're looking for here. You're gonna have some buffering, whether you like it or not. The single with 2 loco front and back end. Okay, I mean, that's good. That means you're running single line. You don't have to loop. So the way you're gonna have, if you really need to only be shipping 480 per minute and not a single unit more, you're gonna have to balance that near the station where you're loading it in. Because there's nowhere you're gonna be able to balance it on the way out. Okay, so you're gonna have to go one station here, you're gonna have to set it to load over there. You're going to have to balance your 480 before you load it in. Yes, really, because there's no such thing as filtering. Like, right now it says 85 per minute here, because that's the pace it's running at. You can base yourself off of that. You can base yourself off of that, but that's not entirely reliable. Because if you have more than one train running on that line, and, you know, signals and things could provoke delays, it's an average. You're probably going to want to go a little over that. So it tells you how much it's shipping, but if you need to balance the thing, yeah. Then there is the water supply problem for the refinery. That seems completely unrelated to trains. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Because water supply, I mean, unless you're shipping water by train, which is possible, you could have fluid freight cars. I don't see how that's related to your previous question. But yes, what I would say is if you're trying to ship a certain amount of ore, exactly a certain amount of ore, you have to balance it before you load it onto the train station. Need to set up right next to station. 13 refinery from the end station near the ocean area or above ocean. Wait, hold on. No, I mean, not, you don't need to set up right next to the station. Is you have to, if you're trying to ship iron ore, build above ocean, yes, that's totally fine, because you could still, like, okay, let me show you something. As you can see, that platform over there is floating in the air. Okay, I can build as high as I need to, and I'm leaving all of my stations way up in the air. That's not a problem. So, should I extend the endpoint near refineries? You could. That's a way to do it. Expand the floor of near your refineries and set up a train station there. That could be a way to do it. So the example I'm going to show you here, is not going to be for iron ore, because this train doesn't ship iron ore. But I could show you what I've done with coal, because I'm shipping coal from another base back to here. Or actually, this particular line that I'm on actually ships, well, a whole lot of stuff. I mean, this train is massive. But here, loading and unloading animation stops the flow. Yes, so it's not going to be consistent, which is why you're probably going to want to ship a little bit more than what you think you need, just to have a buffer. So I'm going to go right here and there. Okay. So over here, this particular station, as you look at it, it loads. So I'm putting in a whole bunch of coal in there, and it's going to get loaded in. Outgoing transfer rate, 240 per minute, because I'm shipping exactly the equivalent of one mining machine, one Mark II mining machine, out to this. So that's exactly 240, meaning I'm loading 240 per minute onto the train, no matter how long it takes between the train coming in. And then wherever I need the coal, that particular freight station I set to unload, and I get my 240 coal per minute exactly where I'm unloading it. That's the way I could balance it out. Like, if you need like shipping iron ore, you could just like max it out if you want. That's not a problem. But if you need your iron ore for other stuff and not just shipping it out, then you're gonna have to calculate that 480 at the station you're loading it into. That's what I meant by setting up close to the station. You're on phase 3. 480 belt is limiting. So what you want to ship out is a full Mark 3 belt. So in that case, you don't even have to calculate it. You're just plug in a Mark 3. Well, actually no, because Mark 3 is 270, isn't it? Yeah, Mark 3 is 270. So you're gonna need to have, like, you can load in 2 of these. Like, there's 2 entry ports here. I don't remember phase 3. Do you have access to smart splitters? Okay, so one thing you could do that would help here, it's gonna cause a bit, like a tiny bit of wastage at the start, but after that you'll be able to do a decent amount. So what I like to do here is to have, let's say, a conveyor, a smart splitter like that. Okay, plug that in. Let's say my input comes from this way. Okay, so whatever goes into the train station, set it as any. The rest, everything else that you're not shipping out, set it to overflow. So that way, that station is going to get full. Yes. So you're going to have a full, basically a full freight station, freight platform worth of buffer. But then the belt is not going to stop, because everything else, the overflow, explain like you're 5. Okay. Yep. I get it. So, okay. When I said before that you're going to need to ship out probably a bit more than 480, because the train, you know, the train does not, it takes time to travel. It's not instantaneous. So you need more. Okay, for 480, what you're going to need to do is plug in 2 Mark III belts into the freight station. And those are going to need to be full. Okay? And I'm guessing you don't want, like, you're using, I don't know if are you producing exactly 480 iron ore per minute, or are you producing more? That's my first question. If you're producing more, where are you using the iron ore that you're not shipping out? Mark II extractor overclock. So you're producing exactly what you want to ship out. What is your name? What is your quest? Yep, exactly. Mark II extractor overclocked. Okay, so you maxed out a mining machine. Making 600 per minute. Belt can carry 480. Okay. So what you can do in order to, well, the first thing you could do as soon as you get to, I believe, Mark IV, best way, don't use trains. I mean, that's up to you, but I like trains. I like trains a lot. Mark IV ships 180. Ships 480, not Mark III's. Mark III ship 270. So you're on Mark IVs. Okay. One thing you can do first, I would say you don't need to overclock. If you're overclocking your machine to more than you can carry, then you're just wasting power. So you probably want to You know, if what you can carry is exactly, let's say 240 in this case, make sure your production rate for your machine here at the clock speed is set up at exactly 480, because the amount of power your mining machine uses, the more you overclock, like, it's exponential. So, like, at 200%, I'm using more than twice the power I need for this machine, because I'm overclocking. Like, I'd probably be better just having more machines. Okay, so if you hit, there's a very useful shortcut for you, and it's the N key. There's a quick search. And in the quick search, you can literally just calculate. So 480, 35, 13.7. Is what you want for production. The rest is useless. You're not using any more. Okay. So you don't need to be shipping 480. You need to be, you can ship a lot less. You're only using 13. Okay. Well, eventually that ore, you're probably going to use it for something. I'm guessing. Like, the other option you could do is, instead of shipping it as ore, you could just smelt it where you're mining it and ship the ingots instead. Like, do some processing there instead of shipping the ore. That could be another option. Okay. Otherwise, last question. Do you know how to use smart splitters? Well, there's ads, so you're probably not hearing what I've just asked. Okay. So what I said before, basically your buffer is not going to be a certain amount per minute. Set up some near rubber and plastic. What I'm calling a buffer here is just a container that you're going to keep full of ore, just to make sure that your train is basically always full when it's shipping out. And if it can't fit anymore, then at that point the ore is just going to back up into your station. And that's fine. Like, okay, like, let's say, I think here. Yeah, that one is fine. Yeah, these two are still backing up. They're not backing up. What am I planning to build? I am currently in the process of rebuilding my main base. And what I'm planning to build, I mean, if I actually kind of look that way, is right here. That's my notes. So I've already got the modular frames. I've got the stators. I've got the circuit boards ready. I needed more plastic for that. I've just solved that problem. So that is done. And then after that, making 16 per minute for modular frames. I mean, yeah, like the number I've put there is what I need right now for the first item of phase 4. That's what I need. I can make more, but that's what I need. So I'm building according to what I need right now, instead of trying to max out resources and then choosing the wrong resource and running out of something else. And all of that I have up here, literally all of that, is only to make the first item of Phase 4, which are the assembly units. The assembly director systems. That's what I'm looking to try to make. And I'm looking probably at this point, for what I've written there, I'm probably looking at 3 of those. Like 0.75. So 2 and 2.25 per minute ish. Yeah, we're getting like, because I'm getting decently close to like end game. I'm in Phase 4 right now, and oh, hold on. Nope, that's not the train I wanted. Okay. Guess we're riding the tube back home. But yeah. You don't build specifically for space items, you're gonna have to start doing that sooner than later, my dude. Because otherwise, you're gonna have way too much of one thing and not enough of another. And whenever the phase, whenever you complete a phase, it asks you for stuff that is completely different. So you have to repurpose your, factory at that point, So I'm much better off building strictly for what I need. And then adapting the resources I have and changing up my factory for each item. Because of the level of complexity you get at in Phase 4 and 5, you kind of need to do it that way. This is why blueprints are your best friend. That's my biggest piece of advice for this game. Master the blueprint system. You're gonna need it. Calculate the things needed, stack some containers, overclock, and sloop the machine. Yeah, that is probably quite bad for your power grid. 1 machine per item, that is, yeah, no. You're gonna need to make a lot more than that. It's gonna take you forever if you do this only 1 machine at a time. It is going to take you forever, my friend. You're gonna need a lot more than 1 machine per item. Trust me. So this conveyor monstrosity here, that's all of the stuff that is coming from all 3 of my trains. I'm bringing in a lot of stuff. A lot of these conveyors are also not used because I've made the trains a lot bigger than I am using right now. Because I didn't want to have to rebuild train stations and make the train bigger on the fly. So I just wanted to have like as much like shipping room as I could on the train and then run with that. And if we go down below right here, this, why are industrial beams such a pain in my tomato? Industrial beams, that's because if you're using Mark IVs, that uses industrial beams for conveyor belts, if my memory serves me right. So you're using a lot of those. Yeah. You're using a ton of those. That's why they're a pain in your booty right now, because you're using it for basically every conveyor belt you're making. So you need to make a lot. Yep, you need more machines, dude. It's just that. You need to make more, you need to have more machines making them. I was wondering how you were using only 13 units of iron ore. I was like, how? You're always better off having more machines than overclocking the one machine. It's more power efficient that way. Because if you overclock a machine at 200%, you're using 3 times the power. Like one machine overclock at 200%, you're using 300% power. So you're better off having 3 machines using the same amount of power and triple the output. It just takes more room. So you can't, like, you gotta give yourself building room, which is what I did here. I'm building this place to be absolutely gigantic. Set up a power generator, something is not working. If you are using fuel for your power generation, then yes, it is inconsistent. That means basically some of your generators are running out of fuel. And then, you know, they're running out and then restarting and running out and restarting and running out and restarting. That is the inconsistency. Coal generators tend to be a lot more consistent, but they produce a lot less power. So you need a lot more of them, as you can see back there. And yeah, for fuel generation, you need, again, you probably need to be making a lot more fuel than you think you're going to be burning, because those fuel pipes have to be completely full for the generators to never stop. You can't go exactly. I'm having the same issue at one of my well, that base I went to show you the big train, the base we just came back from. I have like a fuel generation going there, and I'm having the same issue because I am maxing out all of the fuel I'm making there into generators, and then some generators run out because of like buffering and stuff. So my power pole, I mean, I have gone a bit overboard when it comes to power, like managing power. So I'm gonna go all the way to here because we gotta start at the beginning. So I've made a blueprint, which is this thing here. Okay, that blueprint here is just basically I have it's just painted beams with ends and then those wall outlets stacked on top. Okay, I've made a few of those, and then I've used the small signs to be able to label each power line so that I know what is powering what in the factory. All of that is going into that building you see in front of you right there. And in here, each and every one of those lines is actually hooked up to a power switch. Meaning I could shut down any part of the factory. You mean see a power pole? Oh, you mean my power generation? My generators? Or just... like a power pole is just... I mean, that's a power pole. Or do you mean the power towers? Those are power poles. So yeah, that's a power pole, but I'm not using those. I'm using the wall outlet that you can unlock. I think you can unlock that one in the MAM. No, it's a thing you can unlock in the awesome shop. So if I go way down here. Oh, stats. Oh, you want to see my power grid? Okay. So up over here. Currently 11.2. Yeah, 11,000 or so in max consumption. Max production is currently jumping between 10 and 13. And I'm only consuming 6,000 or so. So right now I'm making about twice what I'm consuming. But if I max out absolutely every machine and no machine goes idle ever, then I'm maxing out my power grid. That is, by the way, with every base linked together. Because the train rails actually conduct electricity. For phase 4, it's quite low. Yes, I know I'm going to have to scale up. I know I'm going to have to make more power soon. But for now, I'm fine. So just make sure here, and on your train station, okay, you actually have a power line here. That grabs the power from the rails so that you don't have to build like an actual power pole line all the way to the other base, okay? For me, in this case, what I have is those power lines coming from the train. I'm sorting them out via power switches in that building here, so I can actually isolate some, I can actually isolate a base or another if they start pulling too much juice. So yeah, I'm not generating a ton of power right now, but I have more control over my power grid than basically anyone else I've ever seen. Meaning, I am only ever going to be strictly using the power that I need at any moment. I can shut down everything else. So instead of going completely overboard, having less power makes you anxious and couldn't build anything. Well, I mean, it's kind of making me anxious too, but the way I do it is basically, I know what every single power line produces in my factory. So I can actually... Yeah. Do you know why your factory is using 10K? Because you're overclocking every single one of your machines. I have a lot more machines than you do if you only have one machine per item. And I'm only using 6K. I'm only using 6K right now. And I have a lot more machines. Because I'm not overclocking any of them. You only have like 20 power shards. Well, you basically said you had one machine per item, though. How are you using 10K? Like on a phase 4 factory right now, Oh, you say if your factory is using 10K, you'll be making 50K. That is not realistic. Like, you cannot do this in this game. It's not going to happen. Yeah, refineries do use a lot of power, but there is That's the point of this game, though. Like, you will always have something to worry about. It's gonna happen. Just get that into your brain. You will always have something to worry about in this game. Always. If it's not power, it's gonna be something else. The way I manage that anxiety when it comes to power is quite simply by having so much control over my power grid that I could shut down anything I don't need at any moment. So every single megawatt I'm producing is used for something I need now. I could just shut down whatever I don't need at any moment. Like, even every single one of those buildings here every single one of those buildings here, I also have power switches in front of them. So if I decide, okay, this guy's taking too much juice, clonk. He's off now. And I think I've linked all of my, yeah, that's my iron plates. That's all of my iron plates buildings just completely shut down. Like, so that way, if I do blow a fuse, then I could shut down something I don't need immediately, go build more power, and then turn it back on. What recipe? I'm using the basic recipes, I'm pretty sure. I didn't get a lot of the alternate, at least not for smelters, I don't think I got. Yeah, I just have the basic recipes. I know I can get, like, I could get more out of my ore if I had the alternate recipes. Almost missing 50% of each. I mean, I'm producing a lot right now. I'm producing more than what I need. Even at phase 4. So because that's the thing. Like, I take the time to math out what I need instead of, like, trying to produce 10 times what I need and hope it's enough, you know? And if I'm wrong, well, I just make more and link to it and then ship it back here. Like, I've got plenty of trains. I got plenty of train space that I can bring more stuff back. Like, basic resources are fairly easy to find in this game. And I'm at the point where building train lines is very easy for me. So I just go out there, find more deposits, and ship more of it back. Simple as that. Like, I know that down there near those coal refineries, those coal generators, I know that there's a bunch of copper down there if I ever run out of copper. So that could very easily be, like, I'll just plonk down a skyscraper that comes up to about the height of this base, run a train line going there, and simple as that. If I need more iron, I know that there's more, like, way down here. There's a whole lot of iron down there that I found when I was exploring. I'll just build out a base and ship it back. Finding basic ore is not something that I'm too concerned about. Like, the only one I'm concerned of not having enough for now is crude oil. Because I'm making as much power as I can from oil right now. That is, yeah, that is maxed out for what yeah. 65 ingots per 35 ore, yeah. But what do you use it for? Do you need it for something? If you don't need it for anything, producing that much is useless. It's just wasted power. Okay. Yeah. Modular frames, aeronautical. Okay. Yeah, drones and... I mean, I have quite a lot of that. RCUs I don't have yet. I'm done with tier 7. Working on 16 per minute heavy frames. Okay. And for heavy frames, I only need like 2. For the phase 4 thing, for the space elevator, I'm gonna make some more just so I can, you know, research this. Nuclear power is very likely gonna be something I'm gonna want to get going to quite soon, quite fast. And even in the worst of the worst cases, I could even ship stuff via... Yeah. Heavy frames is used a lot. Yes. But I know for what I need for phase 4 here on the first assembly director system. Over here, for all of this, to be able to run that recipe at a production of about 2 per minute, I need 2 heavy modular frames per minute. That's what I need right now. That's what I'm building towards. If I need more, I'll build more. But for now, that's what I need. If I need more later, I'll build it at that point. So that way I don't end up overbuilding resources that I don't need and spending my resources on stuff that I need. And by need, I mean need right now, not need 30 hours from now. You're trying to spend as much time in each tier. Yeah, I'm doing the opposite. And even then, like in tier 4, in phase 4, I'm spending a lot of time. Like I spent a lot of time because I brought this base. I destroyed this base completely down to the floor, down to the ground, completely, and rebuilt it from scratch. It's not my first play. It's my first play in 1.0 and above. Yes. But before that, I finished the game. I finished the game back when the game was in beta. So a lot has been added since. This is my first save file since 1.0, but I've played it a lot before. All right, what was I about to do? AI limiters. That's the next thing. You were holding back as you didn't know if I'm new or veteran. I consider myself a veteran. Like even just on this save file, I've got 250 hours and another 300 hours or so before that, where I completed the game. Finished twice already. This is your third. Wait. So you finished twice already without ever using trains? You would just like conveyor highway everything? I mean, that's a way to do it, but... Dude. I don't know. Trains are basically the most fun part of this game in my opinion. So I feel like we're missing out. I absolutely love trains in this game. Like I love the look of them. I like how they sound. I like building the railways is actually, once you're able to get like a decent blueprint design for it, which I was able to make, at least for myself, then I'm having a blast. Okay, so I am making circuit boards in that building over there. If we're looking at AI limiters now, 1, 2, hold on, how? That's a 4x3, okay. Ah, crap. Built it the wrong way. Yes, you gotta start making ACUs now. Those are, those can be a pain in the ass. There we go. I mean, if you don't like the game, stop playing. Like, nobody's forcing you. Oh, crap. This thing is clipping through. For 3 weeks, you saw a guide on how to actually enjoy a factory building game. I mean, everybody's going to enjoy it in a different way, though. So I can't really... The way I enjoy it is just... I enjoy solving problems. So... There we go. Now it's building where I want it. Wonderful. Okay. That's going to be my AI limiters. I need 2. This building can make 16. That's plenty. Now, I need quick wire. I need plastic. Luckily, I've just started shipping a whole lot of plastic from this place here. So what I can do is I can actually just throw a splitter on that conveyor elevator right there. Bam. That's a murder. That's not a splitter. There you go. I can grab some of my plastics from that. I'll just run it on the roof. I mean, I got enough room for that. It's not a problem. Heavy frames, 4,000 screws, 160 beam, 160 frames, 640 pipes. Yep, sounds about right. It uses a lot of screws. Like a stupid amount of screws. I know full well I'm gonna have to crank up my production for screws. I don't think I'm making enough right now. modular and beam are concerning. Yeah, this is why I build only strictly what I need, so I don't run out of stuff. Okay, I need some quick wire, which I know I am shipping a ludicrous amount of quick wire via train. And it's that line right there. So. Okay, so what I'm going to want to do is right there, clonk. Just about that. That should do. Plug that right in. And then on the upper floor, second playthrough was for Steam achievements. Fair. I honestly couldn't be bothered with Steam achievements. Especially when my mouth decides it doesn't want to work. I just enjoy solving problems. That's really be all and all of it for me. I like maths and stuff. I mean, kind of. I mean, I'm literally a software engineer, so yes, I'm definitely a nerd. There we go. So there's my quick wire going in. There's my quick wire going in. That should be plastic also going in. There's my output for the AI limiters. And clonk. What's my strong skill? I have a few specialties. I've done a decent amount of cybersecurity, especially in the last few years. I've also done a decent amount of server management when it comes to server for really extremely big websites. You remember the sound my follow alert made? That'll give you a clue. And yeah, just basically scaling architectures is what I do best. You know, when you have to manage like petabytes of data getting uploaded every day, making sure the servers don't explode. Yeah, that's what I do. And also, like, data privacy, cybersecurity, anti-hacker stuff. Fair amount of that as well. Yes, petabytes. Oh, shite. Yeah, I'm dropping frames. I am dropping frames right now. Internet connection having issues. Okay, I think we're back. I stopped dropping frames. I think it's better now. There you go. Yeah, it was Windows Update deciding to download absolutely everything right now. Like, what the fuck? Hell. You'll do it when I tell you to. I think we're good. But yes, to answer your question, yes, I was talking petabytes every day. That is the amount of content we were dealing with. Especially when I was working for that site at the beginning, you know, at the very start of COVID, which is when, you know, literally everybody had nothing but that to do. Let's just say that particular website was, oh yeah, people are this much horny. You should not be surprised. Okay, so that is... that is AI limiters sorted out, I believe. At least for now, in terms of production. There you go. Because now I could just take them out of this machine, put them wherever I need. What else can I do using assemblers? Computer is manufacturer. Supercomputers definitely manufacturer. ACUs, I believe, is also manufacturer. Yep. And high-speed connectors are also through manufacturers. Same thing for heavy frames. Okay, I need to design one of these buildings from manufacturer machines, which I don't have that blueprint yet. So, going back into design mode. Oh, I'm an ex-employee, and I'll answer whatever question doesn't break my my contract, basically. I've got some NDAs. I've got some non-disclosures baked into that contract. So some stuff I will legally decline to answer, but ask away. I'll just if I can't answer it, I'll just tell you that I can't. All right. So, manufacturing machines. Here we go. So if I want a manufacturer here, I think what's going to have to happen is I'm going to have... How many of those can I fit in a building? Worked as in-person or work from home? Both. Both, because I was there in person at the start, and then COVID started. I was there when COVID started. I was working there when the first lockdowns happened, and we were forced to work from home at that moment. So... But before that, I was in person. How's the environment like? Yeah, pretty typical corporate stuff. Obviously, like, it was a bit weird because, you know, the stuff you would see on people's screens is not what you would typically expect while they were working. And the other thing to remember is that that company owns a lot of sites, not just the big one. They have a bunch of others that also belongs to them. So how the hell are women working there? You'd be surprised the amount of women working there. Like, especially for software engineers, which tends to not be like a female favored profession. That was the highest ratio of female developers I've seen in any company was there. For every other software engineer job I've ever had, the ratio was, I'd say, 10-15% women. And over there in that company, we were a lot closer to like a third. So 33, 35, 40%. Back when I was there. I'm not there anymore, so that might have changed since. But back when I was there a few years ago, that's what the ratio was. Oh, they were hiring anybody they could get their hands on. They were seriously running out of manpower. Because the biggest problem with that company that I had was they tend to burn out their devs quite a lot. They're very demanding, and it could be very exhausting working for them. And because of that, a lot of people would quit. How people judge when they see your resume with that company? Well, in my case, as a software engineer, quite well, actually, because like I was managing the biggest site in the world, literally. So they see that, and they're every company I interview at is basically, oh, whatever the hell we're going to throw at this guy, he's going to be able to handle it. Because he managed the biggest site in the world, like he knows. It comes with great pay. I wouldn't say great role. There's a lot of office politicking going on in there. That is the main reason why I quit. Okay, so I have the alternate recipe here for the heavy modular frames. Four inputs. All right. So that one is gonna have, I usually try to keep my inputs and outputs on the same side of the building just so I can build them back to back. In this case, I might have to do it side to side. Like have, okay. So if I do manufacturer machines like that, and I'm gonna, if I center them like here, something like this, have the second one right there as well. Like that. That means now I can have all of my entry points on this side of the building, my output on this side. And if I wall this off, door, we got Laydos, you would not, so pocket it to your higher ups. I mean, yeah, that's just office politicking. That'll happen. In my case, what I lived where I was working was more. They were expecting their engineers to do a lot of overtime, and a lot of it not really paid. So, and then they were wondering why their engineers were quitting. Like, because you know that makes all the sense in the world. Let's do basic walls here. Yeah, that building's gonna be a chonker. That's gonna be a chonker, but I think this will do quite nicely. So there we go, and then I need a roof. Alright, I'm gonna have some ceiling lights here. And two. And that one I might actually. Right there. That looks about right. And then on the other side, here are the outputs. Also gonna want one here. And one here. Good. Then you decided you're not working in corpo anymore. Yep, I get it, dude. Go. That, and then I'm gonna have another one go kind of here-ish. Just realized something. I have to run the lights and the buildings separately here in terms of power lines. Don't have enough connectors. So, maybe I should cut off some lights in that case. Maybe just have a center one here? Just to save up on connectors? I fully agree with that. I fully agree with that. The problem is, a lot of managers don't. Hell, even outside of any corporate environment. I mean, for fuck's sake, I'm Canadian. I know very well how to... I'm very aware of dealing with people with no respect. Especially right now. Alright, so there we go. So that's going to be the side of the building. Okay, so if I go over to walls here, I'm going to need walls with a conveyor here. That's going to be my output. And now for my input, I need 4. I'm going to go 2 and 2. Like that. Then I'm going to throw some windows up here. Just like that. Then I'm going to go for basic wall here. Managers don't lay off, right? Or do they? It depends. It depends. Like, very often what's going to happen is basically the manager's going to get informed that, hey, we're doing a layoff. You need to cut off X amount of salary from your team. And then the manager gets to choose who they fire, basically. A lot of places will do it that way. A lot of other places will have the higher-ups retain full control over who they keep and who they fire. So, it really depends. Okay, so in here, if I want to... Gonna be splitter here and splitter here. Like that. That one's gonna be splitter here and splitter there. Then I'm gonna have to go higher up for the other two. So I believe that's 3 high for that. Yep. How can you get into CyberSec? I mean, there's not 1,000 ways to do it, really. I would say, really just start showing interest in it. There are some certifications, but then again, the certifications really depend on what... Because, like, CyberSec is quite wide as a field. So you'll probably want to start looking at what exactly you want to be doing in CyberSec. Because it could be offensive security, it could be defensive prevention, it could be social engineering, it could be systems administration, it could be, like, there's a lot. So one website that I would say you should, if you go to, there's a site named roadmap.sh. If you go there, it basically gives you the roadmap, like what you need to get into a bunch of different domains, including cybersecurity and several of its subdomains. So I would say go there, start looking at all the different options there are in cybersecurity, choose what you want in there, and then if there's certifications, degrees, or whatever else you need to do, it'll probably mention it there. Go, and there. So that's my merger. That's my output. There, and then this. Friggin' wonderful. Okay. And so, over here, if I'm looking at heavy frames right now, alternate recipe, for this and this, for 2 machines, I'm producing, the output is going to be 7 per minute. So let's throw in a display sign. I can't. Okay. Shite. Yeah, I'm right at the edge of the friggin'... Okay. I need to make myself a little bit of space. I don't think... Nah. Okay, I'll do it on the inside. I'll do it on the inside. I'm gonna have to do it that way. So, here, that's gonna be heavy... Heavy frames. Bam. Output 7, because that's 7 per minute. Yeah. No. 7.5. There we go. Output 7.5. Self-taught possible? Absolutely. It just takes a bit more time. But yes. Especially in a lot of computer science domains, it is possible to at least get started by being self-taught. After that, you might have to do certifications for certain jobs, but that usually shows. If you hate math, I mean, again, certain fields require a lot of math. Certain other fields don't. So that's going to be part of the requirements you're going to want to look at. Okay, so mod frame here. $18.75 per minute. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make a lot more mod frames than I'm currently making. Yeah, 1875 times 2. That is 36 plus 1.5, 37.5. Then 11.25 on the encased. I'm feeding 2 machines here, so that is 22.5. Next up, 75 rubber, so 150. What shocking fact can I tell you? I would say talent. Stars often come to visit the offices, so it's always hilarious. It's always hilarious when you have like an engineer that barely got out of school, who's like 20 years old and still super shy, who suddenly meets face to face with a star for the first time, it always cracked me up. It was not a moment I never found it hilarious, because they go as even redder than my shirt every single time. It's hilarious. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, they often come and visit. The other thing I could say is the building in which the company operates is very, very kind of low-key, kind of incognito-ish, in that, you know, it is not labeled. You know, you're not going to see a sign on the outside of the building that says it's that site. So you kind of have to know where it is. 390 per minute in terms of screws. So that is... we said 390, so that's 800 minus 20. So 780. So I need 780 screws per minute just to run one of these buildings. Yeesh. But I'm putting out 7.5 when I need 2. I'm not too concerned. As long as I can keep one of these buildings fed, that's going to be enough to keep me going for a while. Ah. I see my problem now. I can't do it this way. This is not gonna work. So I'm gonna have to yeah, we're gonna go conveyor wall 1s for all of these. World's largest AC manufacturing company? No, I cannot guess. I have no idea. So that one, I'm actually gonna put there. That one I'm gonna put there. I like problem solving, but guessing with literally no information, that's not problem solving. That's just guessing in the dark. And I don't know who the bigger, like, AC manufacturing companies are, quite simply because I live in Canada. Like, we don't... Based in Japan. So I'm guessing if we're looking at, like, appliance makers in Japan... I was about to say Toshiba, but Toshiba's a lot more about electronics. I'm not sure they make AC units. Hitachi, maybe? Nope, that splitter has no business being there. And there we go. Those are not necessary anymore. There we go. That should stack up exactly where I want them to go. Why did I do that? No, I don't. Okay. So I have to figure out at what height I'm taking which input. I mean, I do feel annoyed with autosave lag once in a while, but honestly, like, the only time it really annoys me is if I'm using the fuel-powered jetpack. Because if you're using the fuel power jetpack and then the autosave kicks in, then you just get yeeted into the stratosphere, and it's hilarious, but it can be a bit annoying. Okay, the ceiling light here solves my question as to which height I should be taking what. Every save makes your game more slow. Yeah, it can memory leak a bit. For me, I've never had that much problem playing a long time though. It doesn't... It's not an issue I've particularly ran into. Okay, so because of that, I need the lower two to be on the ends and the higher two to be in the middle. My GPU and my CPU are definitely not new. They're not like, I don't have a beast of a machine. I've got a decent machine. Like for a CPU, I've got an i7, but it's an i7 from a few years ago. And if I do that, okay, there we go. So that should do it. Well, that means I get 1, 4, 3, 2. I don't have a 50... Dude. I know I'm a software engineer, but I'm not made out of money. Six. How was the workstation? I mean, it wasn't... It was a pretty standard... It was pretty standard, actually. It wasn't anything incredible. I was running... Because of my particular position, I was running a lot of servers that were not Windows based, so I had a Linux machine because of that. They gave me a decent amount of customization in terms of the software I could run. Give each person 40 series equipped GPUs. Yeah, but I don't need to do that much GPU processing. Because I was just a software engineer. I was not doing like video editing and shit. If I was doing video editing, yeah, those guys were getting some serious rigs. Because it was just rack mounts and rack mounts of GPUs all over the place. So yeah, the video editors and the guys who were processing the footage, yeah. The only thing I had to do was to just make sure the servers didn't explode and keep the site going. That's a lot less demanding. And keep the sites going, plural. I was managing about 15 different sites for them. Yeah, some people, oh, it's not just that, like, you get, for a 1 to 2 hour video, you're probably gonna get, like, at the very least, for a 1 to 2 hour video, you're gonna get at the very least 20 hours of footage. Because it's probably going to be 5 to 6 hours with 3 or 4 different cameras. Each. So you're going up to Yeah, it's that much footage. And then they edit it out, and you know, sometimes there's the lighting needs a bit of correction. Yeah. Who needs this much setup? Have you? Literally every movie company ever. Dude, how much footage do you think they had for Lord of the Rings? Why do you think they keep re-releasing like extra extended editions all the time? Because they had that much footage. For a 3-hour movie, it's like 100 hours of footage. It's 20 to 30 hour per camera. Per camera. So if you're running 10 cameras, suddenly it's 200 hours. I mean, they're not going to edit all of it. It's just they're going to choose the best shots among all of the cameras, but you still have to sort it out before you edit it. Okay, I think this is a decent little, well, not little, but what do you do with ruined scenes? Is it not top performance? I mean, it depends. That actually depends on the director. We don't. I had nothing, like, I had no business to do with the directors at all. With the video directors, so I wouldn't be able to answer that. Because I'm not. I didn't work directly with producers and directors, so I wouldn't be able to answer that. Okay, I'm gonna have to put the power switch inside here. Okay. Because I can't put anything out of this building, I am going to have to just replace that. Actually, just plonk that with a good double wall outlet coming out of there. But right now, I can't put it in the blueprint. But I think for a manufacturer blueprint, that should do quite nicely. Okay. That's a good starting design. I will... Heavy metal frames Mark 5. Over here. Gonna need another subcategory. That's gonna be for manufacturers. That blueprint there. Bam. Then over here, that's gonna be that here. Let's choose a color for the manufacturer ones. Let's do dark green for that. I don't think I've got any blueprints in dark green right now. Actually, I could check pretty quick. The mini factories. The mini factories. Okay. Let's do something else. There's a crimson color. Yeah, let's do red. There you go. Okay, I don't have a whole lot of room to move around here, but once I get in, then I can operate quite nicely. All of the conveyor work is done here. All I have to do now is plug it onto there. And because I have the signs inside, I can just literally just copy those to the outside of the building as soon as I plop it down. That should do very nicely for what I need here. Gonna save that. We're gonna clear the blueprint. Okay. What time is it? 11:34. Okay, we're just about to wrap up here. I am starting to get extremely hungry. Alright, so over here, if I have one of these big boy factories, yeah, it's 11 a.m. for you. It's almost, well, 11:34 for me. And I usually finish at noon, so I usually stop streaming at noon. Or thereabouts. 9 p.m. for you. Ah! You're on the other side of the ocean, clearly. If it's 9 p.m., that means 10-hour difference. Gonna get some food from outside. Yeah. Over here. I mean, I've got leftovers in my case, so that's not gonna be too much of an issue. I'm just gonna heat some leftovers up. Okay. I want to have one of these. I don't have enough. Ah, crap. I need dimensional depots for my, See you later, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I hope to see you again soon. Take care. There we go. Industrial storage. That is... Yeah, those are heavy frames. I've got a whole bunch of heavy frames already stored. Very nice. Very, very nice. That's going to be useful. But for the regular frames, they're right here. So, poof. There we go. That'll do. This and this and this and this and this. There we go. That's going to give me the... That is going to give me the modular frames that I need. That should give me the materials I need for this particular blueprint. That's a big boy blueprint. Holy lag, Batman. Yeah, that one's a chonker. So... I'm clipping through a whole bunch of... Well, not a whole bunch, but a conveyor belt over there. Yeah, because my ceiling is at 4 tiles high. Meaning I'm going to be clipping through basically all of this. I might have to build that on the top floor. As much as I want to build more down here, I think having that high of a ceiling means this is going on the top floor. That big boy machine is going to get built up here. Yeah, I'll just run a line from there and then that'll do. I could do that. So let's see here. Seeing that elevator right there, I don't want to have too much conveyor work going on too close to that machine, but then again, I need the screws for days. So I think what I'm gonna do is heavy frames Mark 5. I'm gonna face it that way and kind of line it up just about there. How's that looking? That is looking pretty hefty. That building is a friggin', that is a chunker. Heavy frames, there we go, and then I'll just copy the signs to the outside for easier reference. There we go. Now I've got my power line. I've got my signage. Only thing I got to do now is, well, get all the resources I need to get it here. The frames, though. I don't think I'm producing enough normal metal frames just yet. Because I believe this is where the frames are made. How much am I making? That's 12. I need like 37. I need a lot more. I need a lot more than what I'm making right now. Yeah, that's only 2 per minute. But I've got plenty of resources to make more. It's just I'm not making enough right now. So these buildings here, I'm gonna need a whole lot more of those. Okay. So very likely what's gonna happen... Yeah, those elevators are a little bit in the way. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to build out this floor that way, really, and kind of add more. Simple as that. So I said 10 plus, but I actually need a lot more than that. So if I go to here and this, that is actually not done. And the new number is 38 plus modular frames. You go back up just to make sure I'm not bullshitting myself here. 37.5. So yeah, 38 plus. Just for this. But then again, like, I'm making a lot more heavy frames than I was expecting to, so scaling that up, I'm actually fine with it. I'm okay with that. But for now, I think this is going to be enough for today. I'm going to be wrapping up. I'm getting very hungry. I've been going for a while. But we're going to end on this. And for now, thank you very much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate that. That was quite fun. I really enjoyed Necrophosis. That was fun, but confusing, but fun. And then Satisfactory. I mean, we've been very productive today. I was a great Fix-It employee. I'm quite proud of myself. So, for today, for now, this is gonna be enough. I'm gonna start looking for friend to raid. And by start, I mean I'm going to find a friend to raid right now. Who do we got here? Who amongst my friend is currently streaming? I got Jay currently playing Doom. Yeah, let's go see my buddy Jay. He's currently playing the new Doom. He's having a freaking blast with it. So, say hi to Jay for me. Take care, everyone. I'll see you soon.